Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. So we have a lot happening on the floor right now, but I'll explain a little bit about what we see. So we have a visiting artist in here. His name's Dan Friday, and he is the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right now. Everyone else around him has basically been brought in to help bring these different visions and projects to life that we're seeing today. And this is the last day of his residency. Luckily, because of that, we have a lot of pieces that are finished and on display on the front table, on the pedestals on either side of me. So feel free to come down and check those out a little bit closer if you like. And we're going to see even more work today. I've heard that we'll see at least two different projects, one being another fish, like you see here on the front table, and then one being kind of a totem, like some of these taller pieces on the pedestals. And again, I know visually there's a lot happening on the floor, so feel free to ask me about anything you're curious about. I could point out what's happening throughout as well. In the front here, we're working with a lot of cane, which are essentially these sticks of colored glass, to put it very, very simply. But we're cutting these into short segments, and then we can lay them out to create specialized patterns, which we actually have some patterned glass right here at the center bench. So earlier they were talking about a little bit of prep work that we're doing, which I'll point out this piece of glass at the center bench, this is hollow all the way through. It is blown. And by breaking the end off like we're doing right here, we should be creating a small opening in the end of this blown bubble, basically creating a tube out of this glass. So we can open this up further. We can get all of these little cups of colored glass off the end of this piece. I'm trying to see if I have any physical examples. They're called supios or supietis, but basically they're going to be a little bit smaller than these. So just to catch you up a little bit, kind of give you the spiel, we have a visiting artist in the hot shop today. His name's Dan Friday, and he's the one sitting right here at the center bench working with this glass that we have up on the screen. This is a patterned piece of glass that they started this morning. This has these little striations that are twisted all the way around the bubble. Basically, these start as cane, which are these sticks of colored glass, kind of like what we're working with here in the front. We pick those up and then we twist the glass to get that spiral of color. And this is basically the very beginning to so many different pieces. We could blow this out and turn it into fish like we see here on the front pedestal. We also have seen just a little bit of prep work today. They've been getting ready for a couple of projects that we'll see throughout the day today. Which we're seeing something over on the right bench that's a little bit different today. We're making some marbles out of, well, of course, hot shop glass. It's colored hot shop glass. But eventually we're going to be fuming silver onto it, which creates this really interesting effect on the glass, kind of almost like an oil spill sort of coloration. Oh yeah, and this right here, on the end of this pipe right here in the front, that's basically how this bubble at the center bench started, just this little cup of patterned glass. And welcome to those who just joined in. Hi. I'll just give you a little introduction as to what we have going on. So we have Dan Friday, our visiting artist in the hot shop, and he's the one sitting and working at the center bench right here. And everyone else you're seeing on the floor is working towards the pieces that he's designed and brought forward for today, which we're going to see. So far I've heard totem, which we have a couple of examples of these on either side of me on these pedestals. And we're also going to see at least one fish like we see on the front table right here. Now, this glass right here at the center bench, we have a good view of this up on the screen. And luckily, we're turning the pipe slow enough that you can actually see the pattern on the glass. But what we're doing right now is we're heating up sections of the glass with this small handheld torch. And then we're holding onto that glass and we're turning the pipe, which is twisting the glass onto itself. And basically, we're going to do this all the way down the bubble until we have kind of a zigzag or wig-wag pattern. And this is something that's actually done a lot in the flame working community. So this is technically a flame working technique. Flame working is you use usually a table mounted torch, but it's torch a lot like that. Really hot flame that gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So I know there's a lot visually going on the hot shop floor, but if you have any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. I've been doing my best to stay on top of everything. Like, again, this pattern at the center bench here, which is going to turn into a bigger piece. And then over here on the right, they are just putting that silver fume onto the glass. So they have like a little piece of silver attached to the end of a glass rod. And when we heat that up in the really hot flame, it actually turns that silver into a fume. if we hold a piece of glass behind the fume or the flame, it'll apply to the glass. So complex technique, but very interesting over there. And then where we're getting our glass in the first place is this tank with the closed door, sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit in there. We have a large ceramic crucible just filled with molten glass. So I was just checking in on the kind of third and final bench or station over on the left side of the hot shop. We haven't really been able to see them very easily over the silver box, right? But we will eventually see what's going on over there. They are working on a basket, which this is a good example of one of those right here. This kind of bowl-shaped piece of glass. So they have a really large bubble of glass over there already. They already have their color, and they have to do a little bit of texturing and get some additional color before they blow it out into this final form. So now we have 3 different projects going on. Now, something really important that I'm going to point out throughout the day is we will have an artist talk or an artist lecture at 1 p.m. or whenever we start taking our lunch break, basically. Dan Friday will come up to the front and he'll talk about his inspirations and himself as an artist, kind of that timeline, and maybe a little bit about the work that we're seeing today. So it's something that's always really beneficial. I'm not in the artist's head, so I can't exactly talk about their inspirations themselves. So as we can see over on the right bench, we have a very perfectly round marble at this point. And we didn't get to see this super close up, but basically we were using a tool that's in the shape of a metal ring. And we basically just run that along the surface of the glass over and over again, and then it perfectly rounds it out over time. So once we're happy with that, we'll set it aside to keep it warm, and then later on we can assemble it onto our totem, just like this example that was just pointed out to me on the front pedestal here with that bird perched on top. have going on in the front here, I've had a few questions about this throughout the day today. It's, to put it very simply, is cane patterning. So cane are these sticks of colored glass, and we usually will see them in kind of a pencil length, pencil thickness sections that we roll up and we create stripes on the piece. But this is different. We've cut it into these smaller segments and we're laying it out to create a smaller, more intricate pattern. And I don't know, I guess you could describe this as like a basket weave pattern. Yeah, you guys are welcome to take a closer look at anything in the front that we have. The pieces, the patterning that's being laid out in the front, which this is going to be used as basically a pattern that's meant to look a little bit more like fabric. It's like a herringbone pattern. And I do see a few new faces in the crowd, so welcome into the hot shop. We have a lot going on the hot shop floor today. I will catch you guys up on each individual project shortly, but I wanted to introduce our visiting artist. His name's Dan Friday, and he's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right here with this blown piece of glass. So I wanted to point out a couple of things about our visiting artist, which, first of all, he is a local artist. He has tons of work on display all over in the area. One area that I've seen personally is the Woven restaurant, which is down on Ruston Way. He has all of those fish that are up on display in that restaurant as soon as you walk in the door. And our visiting artist gets a lot of his inspiration because he is part of the Lummi Nation. He is a native person, so he will get a lot of his inspiration from that. Again, we see these totems that are on the front pedestals. We see the fish or salmon that are out on the table. And these baskets, which we're going to see all of these projects made today. And you're going to hear even more about our visiting artist from himself at about 1 p.m. So you guys came in on a good day because the last day of the residency, which is always on a Sunday, is the day that the artist actually comes up to the front and they take the mic and they talk about themselves. And yeah, they go into a lot more depth than we can. So at the center bench here, again, we're working with that patterned piece of glass. We just saw a huge piece of glass come to the front right here. I wanted to talk about that, but they walked away with it pretty quickly. But basically, we stuffed this giant glass bubble into a mold. This mold applies a physical texture to the surface of the glass, which we then wrapped colored glass around, and we will heat this up enough to create a texture like this. So we're just creating that kind of visual color pattern texture on the surface of the piece. And again, I will point out this is similar to what we're making over on the left bench. Now over on the right bench, opposite side of the hot shop, we're seeing a little bit of prep work done for one of those totems, which will be more similar to this smaller one with a bird perched on it. We're going to see specifically an owl on a moon. And this is going to be made using a special marble over on the right side of the hot shop. They're working on these marbles that have fumed silver on the surface of the glass, which creates a really interesting color, almost like an oil spill. That's kind of the way I'm describing it, where it's like rainbowy and depends on the way you look at it. So that's a good question, and that's something I'll share with everyone. The artist has a lot of different pieces that he makes for a ton of different reasons. He'll make them for commissions. He makes them and puts them in galleries for sale. He makes them, I'm sure, for special shows as well. We do actually have one totem in our Museum of Glass store, and then we also have some pendants, I heard. And so if you want to look at some more of his work that's finished and like on display, you could check them out in the store, and you can even buy them as well. So that's really cool. But he also, again, specifically makes things for commission as well. So he has pieces that are off at the Seattle Aquarium and at specifically the Woven restaurant. I'm not sure if I mentioned that while you guys were in here, but yeah, it's called Woven, like weaving fabric, Woven, and it's a restaurant that's along Ruston Way. Yeah, so he has pieces all over the place. Welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I'm just going to give a quick reintroduction as to what we have going on, which we have a visiting artist, Dan Friday. He's been sitting and working at the center bench quite a bit. He's the one with the bandana on his head right here. And he is here for a full week residency. This is the last day of his residency, and although that is sad that he's here for his last day, that also means that we have tons of finished pieces out on display on our front tables, pedestals, and we also will hear from him at about 1 p.m. for the artist talk or artist lecture. That's something that we always make sure to do on the last day of the residency. Dan Friday is part of the Alumni Nation, and he draws a lot of inspiration from this into his work, which you'll see. Again, all of these pieces, the large blown pieces are baskets, and then we also have these fish like salmon, and we also have these totems on our far pedestals. Which, speaking of these totems, we have one more of these in the Museum of Glass store, which can be bought, or if you just want to see more pieces, in person, then check that out. But we're going to see quite literally all three of those types of pieces made in the hot shop today. We're going to be working on a lot of different stuff. We're getting started on some of the components for that totem over on the right bench. And then over on that left bench is where we've been working on the basket quite a bit, which they've blown this out a lot at this point. Let's get a view of the left bench up on the screen, please. Luckily, we can kind of switch the cameras around and get a view of different things. We'll see if it cooperates. Hey, there we go. So this is the left bench, which can be a little bit hard to see behind this silver box, the garage, but this is the piece we're working on up on the screen right now. So this is completely hollow all the way through. They've just started flattening the bottom. So this glass that we've been working on at the center bench right here is just completely solid, clear glass so far. We do have this on a blowpipe. You can always tell when it's a blowpipe because it has kind of this pointed mouthpiece on the end of it. And then the solid pipes just have kind of a blunt end. But that usually means that we'll blow into this, we'll expand it kind of like a balloon and turn it into a hollow piece of glass. So I know we are working with some sculptural stuff, some blown stuff in here. And we're getting all of our clear glass from this tank with the closed door in the back. This is the glass furnace, and it's filled with clear molten glass just in a large ceramic crucible, again, right at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So anytime we need more glass to build up mass, just to have more glass to work with, well, you'll see us go inside of that tank with the closed door. Now up on the screen, we've just attached a pipe to the end or the bottom of the piece, and then we tap the pipe to break that piece off of the first pipe. And basically the idea is just to flip the orientation of the piece so we can work on the opposite end. Which, just as a reminder for those who came in later, this basket right here is very similar to what we're seeing over on that left bench right now. And that's what we've been seeing on the screen as well. Oh yeah, could we have our visiting artist slideshow on the screen, please? Thank you. So just to show off some of the previous artwork that our visiting artist Dan Friday has made, we have a slideshow going on the screen. And this usually includes maybe some sketches that we'll see for the current residency, some inspiration photos. And we may see some of these during that artist talk, an explanation, a story behind the images. So we're actually preparing to come up into the front right here and stick this completely solid piece of clear glass inside of one of these cups of colored glass that we created earlier. And basically what this does is it creates a layer of color on the very surface or very close to the surface of the piece that we're working on. And this box is basically just keeping things inside of it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but we did turn it up a little bit to be able to pick up that cup of colored glass with no issue. Now, it's been a little while since I've talked about the right bench, so I'll just briefly mention what they're doing over here as well, kind of catch everyone up. But over on that right bench, they've been so far working on these marbles of glass, which these are completely solid all the way through, but they have different layers of colors, and some of them have little air bubbles or texture in the glass. But this is a really good example of how it's going to be used right here, this totem with a bird perched on top of the marble. Later on, we're specifically going to see an owl made that is perched on top of a moon. And this is going to be on or part of a totem. And this marble is special. It has some fumed silver on it, so it creates this really interesting sort of iridescent sheen on the finished product. And I get lots of questions about glassblowing teams. I'll point out that this is definitely a larger group than we usually see on the hot shop floor. Usually it's like 3 or 4 people. But we do always need a team to work on pieces of glass, especially blown glass. So this glass at the center bench, Now that they've worked with it a little further, they've shaped it, it's looking like it is going to be the bottom of that totem that we're going to see them working on. So another component. And there's our basket that was worked on over on the left bench. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work that they put into that piece. Yeah, there we go. Small but mighty crowd. Thank you for applauding. So that piece, again, they've been working on that since this morning at about 10. So that was an hour, 15-minute piece. First piece of the day finished. And any piece that we put inside of that black box over there, that's the annealer. And that's basically what's going to cool it down really slowly overnight for about 12 hours. It starts at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit and then cools down from there. Yeah, so we use a lot of wooden tools, surprisingly. We have these wooden blocks, which are the wooden spoon-shaped tools behind the bench. We have wooden paddles, which we use to flatten the bottom of the piece. We have wooden corks kind of underneath this metal table right there that we'll use later on as well. But the reason we use a wooden tool at all in the hot shop, even though it burns up over time, it's nice to have an insulating material to push onto the glass sometimes so it doesn't suck heat out of the piece and cause thermal shock. Exactly, yeah. So for every piece that we work on in the hot shop, we work on one side first, usually the bottom of the piece, and then we attach a second pipe to the piece and then break it off of the first pipe so we can work on the opposite end. So we're preparing a pipe right here that we're going to attach onto the bottom. So they let this glass get a little bit cold. Cold for glass is at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. And then we attach this pipe onto the end. We weaken this connection, making it easier to break off at the very end of the process. And then we break this off with a little bit of water. That water's cracking the connection with thermal shock, enough that when we tap the pipe, it just pops off. So now we can work on the top side of this totem, start adding things onto it possibly. But either way, we always need to flip that orientation of the piece so we can work on the other end. Now, with a lot of these finished pieces, like these two right here on the front table, you'll actually see a lot of extra clear glass attached to them, like the head of the fish right here. We have this large mass of clear. We have this big piece of clear on the bottom of this basket. And this is just where it was attached to the pipe, like we have it right here. So something that we need to do when we finish these pieces, they cool down, we have to do something called cold working where we cut, grind, and polish away this extra glass. And that's a part of the process that we sadly don't get to see, but we have an entire cold shop here at the museum where we do all of that. It's basically a bunch of diamond grit and a lot of running water. So they're bringing over a marble that they made earlier over on that right bench, right here to the center bench. And just as a little reminder for anyone that might not have been there for that, but this marble has a layer of colored glass kind of deep within it, which we then eventually either gathered over or we immediately applied a silver fume to that glass, which is kind of that iridescent pale color that we see close to the surface. And then we also did stuff this glass into a mold to get these little dimples across the surface of the glass. We gather over that, and that traps air bubbles inside of the glass. And we can see this in one of the finished pieces right here as well, which you're welcome to take a closer look at. It's a really good comparison to what we're seeing in the hot shop today. Now, it looks like we're bringing over a bit of clear glass to the center bench. This will be attached to the end of the marble, freshly molten hot from the furnace. Hey, for the two who recently joined in, welcome in. I just wanted to make sure you guys are caught up on the project that we're working on right here at the center bench. And then I'll continue to talk about the process as they're working on this. But we have a visiting artist in the hot shop today, Dan Friday, which I'm sure you knew, you're nodding your head. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right here. And he is a local artist who has work displayed all over the place. I made sure to write myself a little list, but one that's always on the top of my head because I go there every once in a while is Woven. It's a seafood restaurant right along the waterway, Ruston Waterway. And he has a ton of his fish on display in there right as soon as you walk in the entrance of that place. But he also has work displayed at the Seattle Aquarium, like a permanent installation there. We actually have some of his work in the store today as well. If you want to see some of those pieces up close and in person, we have pieces out on our pedestals and on the front table here from the last days of the residency, which, speaking of, this is the last day of his residency here at the museum. But even though that's sad, that means that we're going to have an artist talk at 1 p.m. He's going to come, take the microphone, and talk about his work and his inspirations, which is definitely, you guys chose a good day to come in and watch him work on this stuff. But we're seeing one of those totems made right here at the center bench. I would say that the one over on my right or your left is a really good comparison to what we're working on right now, the one with the bird on top. We're going to see an owl perched on the top of this finished totem right here. Now, Dan Friday is a member of the Lummi Nation, which is where he draws a lot of his inspiration for his work. And again, we will see that artist talk. He'll talk about his inspirations further than, even better than I can. But if you have any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know, whether it's about the artist or the glass work on the floor, any of the equipment, any question is fine. And could we get a view of the left bench for a little bit? Thank you. So I want to make sure to highlight this while they're still blowing and shaping this bubble out. But this is a view of the left bench where we've been working on these baskets. And the basket that we finished earlier is kind of similar to what we're seeing right here on the front pedestal. And I think we're going to see something similar again over there. It's very hard to describe the texture and patterning on the finished piece, but we already have all of the color and patterning that we need on this bubble. So at this point, we're blowing it out and turning it into the shape that we need. So first things first, we start on the jack line. So using these two metal blades called the jacks, we're squeezing down into the glass. And we're basically just creating a weak point right here. So we'll have a few different things to focus on and look at. We're going to be preparing to set this glass at the center bench aside, which you heard Dan talking about, but basically we're just going to set it aside in the garage. The silver box right here has a flame in the corner, and it sits at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in there, basically just to keep this piece of glass warm enough to not break. It's just going to put it on pause, essentially. And then we can pull it back out later on and attach anything else we need on top. And then we still have a view of the left bench, which is up on the screen. We're flattening the bottom of this piece down, the bottom of this basket. And this is just done with a wooden paddle. We use a lot of wooden tools in the hot shop, and even though they burn up over time, it's an insulating material. It's not going to suck heat out of the piece when we use it. And could we have our artist slideshow on the screen, please? So this is something I haven't shown off for a little while, and since we've had new members of the audience join in here and there, I want to make sure everyone has had a chance to see this. But up on the screen, we have a slideshow going of our visiting artists' work. Well, previously made work, inspiration photos. Sometimes we'll also see sketches for the residency in this slideshow. But these are all really good examples of Dan Friday's work. Again, our visiting artist today, Dan Friday. A member of the Lummi Nation, which this is where he gets a lot of his inspiration from his work. And we'll hear him talk about his inspirations and himself as an artist at 1 p.m. during the artist lecture or artist talk. Thank you. And back to the left bench. So for those who just joined in and may be a little confused, just kind of jumping into the middle of the process, we're working on a basket up on the screen or over on the left bench. And this is comparable to this piece right here or this piece right here on the pedestal. So we see all sorts of different shapes, but basically it's this blown form, and we're specifically making a pattern and a texture a lot like the one on the front pedestal where we have these dots and lines that spiral around. We've just finished the bottom of the basket, So we break it off of its first pipe, the blowpipe, with some water and a little tap of the pipe. And now we can work on opening this up. And we're going to be working across the hot shop. So at the center bench here, I believe we're going to see them make the owl that's going to be on the top of the totem that we've been working on. So this is a really good example of why we need multiple benches to work at. But over on that left bench, again, we're making that basket. We were just about to start opening this up, and we brought over a small bit of colored glass and wrapped it around just the opening of the piece, which basically just creates a little pop of color around just the rim or the opening of the piece. This one actually has one right here. It's called a lip wrap with bright orange, this one. And for those who joined in more recently, we're just starting another piece of glass kind of at the center bench right here. And in the back, where we're going into this tank with the closed door, that's where we get all of our clear molten glass. So sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, we have a large ceramic crucible just filled with clear molten glass. And each time we go in there, the piece gets larger and larger. Of course, we're kind of just building layers, almost like tree rings. You could kind of think of it that way, layer upon layer of glass. So just in case anyone else is curious about this, we use this throughout the process, whether it's sculptural or blown. This pad that they shape the glass with every once in a while, this is actually just folded up newspaper, and we'll splash some water on this every once in a while, kind of keep it saturated. But yeah, that's all that material is. And it's as close as you'll see us get to using our hands to shape the glass. Now, we're about to see something in the front of the hot shop right here. So we have this solid mass of clear glass that we've prepared, and we'll bring this over and stuff it inside of a cup that we prepared earlier. Yeah, this box is just used to keep those cups of glass warm. But this basically gives us a layer of color very close to or right on the surface of the piece. And that's what we did for the totem that we were working on earlier, where we have that solid, it looks like colored glass, but it's actually mostly clear glass with a little bit of color close to the surface like this. And welcome to those who just joined in. We have a lot happening across the hot shop floor, so bear with me while I give my little spiel. We have visiting artist Dan Friday, and he's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench quite a bit. He's the one with the bandana on his head right behind me. And we're going to see him and this large team work on a variety of pieces throughout the day today. Which we're seeing a basket up on the screen or over on the left bench being finished off. And we're seeing a totem being worked on right here at the center bench, which I'm really excited to highlight as they work on the owl that's going to be perched on the top of the totem. And this is comparable to the piece that we see on the front pedestal right here, by the way, with the bird or the owl on top already. So we have one of these in the store, we have one on the pedestal, and we have one that we're making in the hot shop. Just lots of totems. And then I did hear earlier that we should see some of the blown fish made as well, like you see on the front pedestal here. Or front table, I should say. So those are all the projects. And just to talk about our visiting artist himself a little bit as well, he's a local artist. He stops by every once in a while at the museum, and he has tons of work on display all over the area. So right here in Tacoma, we have specifically the restaurant on Ruston Way called Woven, and he has a large amount of fish on display there right as soon as you walk in those doors. Those ones are what stand out to me just off the top of my head because I've been there before. But he has many pieces on display at the Seattle Aquarium as well, some permanent installations. And the pieces that he's working on right now are for an installation as well over at Children of the Setting Sun production headquarters in Bellingham. So these pieces do have a final destination in mind. That's always one of the questions I get asked is what's going to happen with these pieces. So these ones are going to be an installation. So that's the second piece of the day that we've just finished, both of them being baskets. And for anyone that hasn't seen this part of the process before, basically this box keeps things temporarily warm at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button at the end of the day, everything inside of there will slowly cool down for about 12 hours or so, or overnight. So we won't see those pieces again until tomorrow. So when sculpting this owl, like we're seeing at the center bench, we work on, it seems, the tail end of the owl first, and then eventually we'll attach a second pipe somewhere on the owl, break it off of this pipe, and then work on the head and kind of the neck portion of the owl. And we do have an owl perched on the top of this totem over on the right pedestal. So if you want something to compare it to, the final product will probably be something similar to that exact owl up on top. And just a little reminder while I have some time right now, for those who haven't heard about this, we, on every day, every last day of someone's residency, which is today for Dan Friday, we will always have an artist talk. So Dan Friday is going to come up to the front at about 1 p.m. and he's going to talk about his inspirations behind his work. He's going to talk about his story as an artist, maybe his timeline of how he got here today, and hopefully a little bit about the actual work that we're seeing today, which again, this is an installation. It does have a destination already. So yeah, you can expect that at 1 p.m. Make sure you come back or stick around for that. You can ask him questions about his work. And welcome to everyone who just joined in. Since there are quite a few new people in the crowd, I just want to give another general introduction real quick. We have a visiting artist, Dan Friday, and he's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right here. And we're actually seeing him work on a totem right now, which we have a couple of examples of on either side of me on these front pedestals. This is going to be most similar to the totem with the bird perched on it over there, except we're going to have an owl perched on it. We're working on the owl right now. And this is one of many pieces that we're seeing made on the hot shop floor today. We've also been seeing baskets made over on the left bench. We keep making those and putting them away to cool down. And then over on the right bench, we've been doing a variety of things over here, but mostly preparing for the totem. So we'll see a lot of different things happening on the floor. Feel free to ask any questions that you have. But again, mostly focusing right here at the center bench at the moment where we're sculpting that owl. And we do have a view of the left bench on the screen. So since this is a little hard to see, you guys could check in what's happening over there every once in a while. Now, Dan Friday is part of the Lummi Nation, which is where he draws a lot of the inspiration for his work, and that's why we have these totems being made, these baskets, and also these fish or salmon on the front table. And you all are coming in at a good time because at 1 p.m. we're going to have our artist talk, our artist lecture, and that's actually what we're kind of setting up for in the front right here. So thanks for bearing with us. But yeah, at 1 p.m., Dan Friday himself is going to come up here. He's going to take the microphone and he's going to talk about his inspirations behind his work, the project that we're seeing today, and maybe how he even became a glass artist in the first place, that timeline of himself as an artist. All of this at 1 p.m., and you guys can ask him questions as well. Yeah, just to recap for anyone that may have missed it, I know I've spewed a lot of information at you guys, but again, we're making a totem a lot like this one right here on the front pedestal. And we'll have an owl perched on the top of it as well. And that's what we're working on right here at the center bench. We're making that owl right now. And we actually already have the rest of the totem created that's going underneath the owl. It's just kind of sitting and staying warm inside of this silver box right here at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So once we have the owl, we can pull that out and then just attach the two together. So we're also getting started on some components for some other pieces over here on the right bench, which we have a pretty large station set up over here. I think we'll see something pretty cool. It's a little hard to describe, so I'm hoping we get to just watch it. But basically, over there, Alex has blown a tube of glass. So right now, it's open on the end completely. And it's open where it's attached to the pipe. So if he blows air into that, the air just blows all the way through and escapes out the end, right? Now, with that tube of glass, they're going to suck clear glass inside of it. They call it a snorkel, even though it's used in the opposite way. It's more like a straw. We dip it down into the molten tank of clear glass, and we actually suck or inhale to pull clear glass up into the tube. And that sounds dangerous, but it's not, surprisingly. There's nothing hot about it. It's weird. So that'll be kind of cool to see. We'll go inside of this tank right here with the closed door right behind Ben with the green shirt. And this is a project that we're starting over on the left bench. This is where we've been making all of our baskets. Anytime we go into that tank, again, we're just getting some clear glass. Oh yeah, if you're curious about this, these are just some shears, basically like glass scissors. We're just cutting small bubbles or particles out of the glass that they're seeing, and then we should just be left with perfect smooth, clear glass. Just getting rid of imperfections. Oh, and here we are going in the furnace and using our snorkel. So that tube is completely filled with clear molten glass now. And as a little reminder, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. I can answer lots of questions, whether it's about the visiting artists or about just glass in general, the hot shop. Which it looks like we've just finished off the bottom half of our owl. We finished off all those tail feathers. So we bring over a second pipe and we attach it onto the belly of the owl. And this is simply so we can break it off of the pipe that we originally built it on. So to break this off now, we apply some water. That water thermally shocks and cracks the connection, and then we pop it right off. So now we can start focusing a lot more heat on the head and start sculpting the head and finishing this owl off. And then again, just to point out, reiterate, we have the rest of the totem completed. We just need to create this owl and then attach it on top. Ooh, that's a good question. How much glass are we using today? That was the question, right? So let's see. Each piece that we make, they're honestly pretty light. They end up, I would assume, between like 7 and 15 pounds of glass, depending on the size of the piece, because some are solid, some are blown. But we have 1,000-pound tanks of clear molten glass, so we're not going to run out anytime soon. And in the end, if we're making one piece every 30 minutes and they're averaging maybe 10 pounds, then we would only use like 60 pounds of glass in a day. Yeah, so it's definitely more about the manpower that's required and the time put into the piece rather than the actual amount of material put into the piece when it comes to the effort. Oh, and this is really cool. So up in the front here, we just stuffed this glass into a mold called the pineapple mold. We now have all these dimples across the surface of the glass. And what we'll do next is we'll bring over a bit of colored glass, just completely molten colored glass. We'll attach it onto the side and then wrap it all the way around the bubble. This is very satisfying. These rollers pull the pipe back at these really even increments to create perfect space striping. Yeah, that one's cool to watch. But what they do next is what creates this interesting pattern on this finished basket right here. You can see we have some dots and we have some lines and they're all perfectly spaced. As I pointed out, we have all these dimples on the surface of the bubble. Then we wrap that colored glass around. So it's only touching the surface of the bubble in some places, and then some places it's not because we have those dimples in there. So when we melt that away, like they're doing right now, when we melt that away, it's going to break those strands apart, and it creates all those little short dots across the surface of the glass. It's a pretty complex technique to explain. It's definitely best to just watch and learn as you're doing right now. So this work specifically does have a destination. These are going to be an installation. And I just want to make sure to get the exact name of this place correct, so give me a second here. But this is going to Children of the Setting Sun production headquarters in Bellingham. All of these pieces, or most of these pieces, but yeah. And all of these pieces are designed by Dan Friday, which we have his social medias on the ground. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right here. And everyone on the floor, they're all working towards pieces that he has designed and thought up. Yeah. It's specifically Children of the Setting Sun. Yeah, Children of the Setting Sun Productions. Yeah, so I was just explaining a few different things to some audience members, but one thing that I want to make sure to repeat information-wise, I think it's interesting, is thermal shock. So you can bring a piece of glass from room temperature to working temperature in the hot shop like this, or you can bring it from working temperature like we have it now down to room temperature, as long as you're doing it really slowly. But if you do it too quickly, that can actually cause the glass to break from thermal shock. You could think of it like a stress that's built up in the glass, and when you cool it slowly or heat it slowly, that stress kind of fades away. But if you do it too quickly, then the stress just can't handle it. It just shatters. It's interesting. There are videos online of people pouring boiling water on their frozen windshields in hopes to thaw the windshield, and then it actually just ends up shattering the windshield. So that's a really good example. Now, up on the screen, we have a view of the left bench, which we are finishing the jack line. Basically, this divot, this weak point that we're squeezing into the glass, will eventually break the piece off of the pipe from there. This is interesting. Over here on the right side of the hot shop, this is something we don't see very often, this torch setup over here. But we're actually using this and a little piece of silver on the end of a glass rod to fume some silver onto the glass. And that creates kind of a foggy, iridescent color across the surface of the finished piece. All we need to do is get that piece of silver super hot and then hold the piece behind it, and then it fumes on. Actually, we have an owl on the top of this finished piece right here. And then we also have an owl on the top of that finished piece over there. Like a bigger... That one? Closer? Yeah, so I'm hoping that we'll get a view of it up on the screen pretty soon. That's what I'm hoping. But at the moment, we have a view of the left bench. And we'll have to wait a moment on that. But yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So the different colors come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the glass. And one example that I always personally bring up is the Statue of Liberty is made of copper. And when copper oxidizes, it turns that blue-green when it reacts with oxygen or is exposed to oxygen. And if we mix that oxidized copper into glass, it will actually create a blue-green glass. It's just that simple. So it's just different mixtures. Lots of chemistry. And we don't make the color ourselves. We actually get it shipped in bar form. I'm seeing if I can find an example of it. Kind of like this right here. We get bars of the glass shipped in. It's solid color through and through. And then we just attach it to the end of our pipe and melt it down even further. Yeah. So there's lots of ways to learn how to work with glass. There's so many different stories. Everyone has their own story. But here in Tacoma, there's a program where you can start working with glass as young as 12 years old called Hilltop Artists. And a lot of people who are local already know about this. But basically, there's a middle school and a high school that have a hot shop in the back of them. So the middle school is Hilltop Heritage Middle School, and then the high school is Silas High School. Silas. Yeah. It's like Dr. Dolores Silas. It's like the full name, right? But everyone calls it Silas High School. And I started in that when I was in high school. So then just one thing led to another. As long as you stick with it, then you could stick with it. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. It's a very unique opportunity, and it's free for anyone who has, middle school, high school kids. Then yeah, they can get into it. For kids that are 12 and under, they can design a piece of glass or has a chance to design a piece of glass through the Kids Design Glass program here at the museum, where they submit a drawing, and these artists actually go through those drawings every month and they choose the one that they want to make. So it's not even like a lottery system or anything. They actually go through them and then they choose one they want to make. And we have a view of the center bench on the screen now for those who are asking about it earlier. So now we can actually see them working a little bit closer up. Sculpting is so hard to describe because they essentially just have a variety of tools, a lot of them stainless steel tools. You could even see things like butter knives and spoons. They'll just push into the glass to carve and shape. But one thing you usually see when we're sculpting is this really hot handheld torch. This is running off of propane and oxygen, gets up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we use it to heat up very small sections at a time so we don't melt the entire thing and then lose the shape. So the biggest thing that I've seen made in this hot shop, I've seen a couple of things that were both claimed to be around 80 pounds of glass. One of them was a blown glass piece that was actually pretty similar to the shape of that basket right here. It was like a bell jar, so it's clear glass dome. And then another one was a solid glass piece that they stretched out really far, almost like the sculptures out in the front of the museum in the water. So those are two. They took teams of 3 people to even just carry the pipe with the glass on the end of it because it's that heavy. Oh yeah, and just a little reminder, since we're getting closer to that time, at 1 p.m.-ish, whenever we finish, these pieces have a good stopping point. We're going to have our artist talk or our artist lecture, which means that our visiting artist, Dan Friday, again, the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right here, he's going to come up, he's going to take the mic, and he's going to talk about the inspirations behind his work, the current projects he's working on, himself as an artist. So you'll get all of this really good background information. And you can also ask him questions during that time as well. So same thing we did way earlier when we finished the tail end of this owl. We at some point needed to break the piece off of the pipe so we could kind of get access to a different section. We're doing the same thing. We've just broken the piece off onto a second pipe. So that way we can access the belly, which is where we're going to be attaching this owl to the rest of our totem. And again, for those who joined in more recently, I'll just give a brief overview, kind of catch you guys up in a bit. But we also will have an artist talk or an artist lecture at 1 p.m. Our visiting artist will talk himself. But this is the piece that we're working on right here, essentially. I think that we're just seeing a little bit of a larger version, maybe some different colors. But this is the piece right here. We actually have one of these totems in our store right now as well, if you want to see another version of what we're working on. And Dan Friday, our visiting artist, he's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench. He's just briefly walked away to check in on some other pieces because we are working across the hot shop floor. So right here at the center bench, we are just basically picking off this little excess bit of glass on the belly where it was attached to that previous pipe. And any piece that we are finished with, whether it be for the day or completely finished with, like some of the baskets we made earlier, we're putting inside of the annealer. I saw some of you guys looking at this, so I just wanted to make sure to point it out. But this box sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, just about. And we'll hold all of the pieces that we finish throughout the day at that temperature in there until we're ready to cool everything down. Then we just press a button and it cools really slowly, steadily over about 12 hours or so. And then we can pull it out the next day. And it looks like we're pretty much finished with another basket over on the left bench, so we'll be breaking that off and putting it away pretty soon. And can we get a view of the left bench briefly? Thank you. So I wanted to make sure you guys had a chance to see them kind of finish this basket off. Looks like we will be doing a little bit more shaping of this piece, but we've pretty much opened it up to its full size. So up on the screen, we have a view of that left bench. We're using the jacks, which are these two metal blades, kind of controlling the shape by holding them on the outside of the piece as we spin. So the owl that we finished is going in the garage now, the silver box that has a temperature of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in there. So we just set it aside, keep it warm temporarily. So it looks like we will be putting that together maybe after our artist talk. Sorry for those who I told otherwise. And then I just wanted to point out this pattern right here in the front too. This is really cool. This is the detailed part of the process that you don't often get to see. I feel like usually they set these up before you come into the hot shop or before the day kind of starts, but our visiting artist, Dan Friday, he's up in the front and he's laying out some of this patterning or continuing the pattern of a herringbone sort of fish pattern. This will be used for a basket later on today as well. So now we just have our piece that we're finishing off over on the left bench. As soon as we put that away, we'll have our artist talk or our artist lecture, which again, our visiting artist will come to the front. He's going to take the mic from me and talk about his work. So to break this piece off of the pipe, we apply some water, give it a tap, and let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And just like that, that's our third basket of the day that's gone into the annealer, and many more to come. So in just a minute, I'm going to hand this mic off, and we'll have a presentation and some words from our visiting artists. And thanks for all being here.
Hello, everybody. We'll be starting Dan's talk just shortly. We're trying to wait till exactly 1 o'clock because we live stream and people might be logging on. And so we try to adhere to what we've said on our website. So thank you for your patience.
This is stuff I like to do ahead of time. It's just kind of fiddly work, you know? So usually I've got this done. I do this in like quiet solitude in my studio.
Nearly there. Almost there.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah. We're those clocks that dial down and make us all nervous.
Yes, yes. And remember, I need that.
Oh yes, I'm going up at lunch.
Just sort of simple. Just simple.
Okay, you'll clean it up for me?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, perfect.
totally. Just simple stuff.
Yeah, I won't think too hard.
Yeah.
Just get it out to you.
Yeah, yeah, just little bullet points that, that we can easily see there's people coming in.
Yeah, see, that's smart.
Yes.
Glad we didn't lose that. He keeps it going.
Yeah, yes.
Such a crazy guy.
He's leaving. Oh, there he is, right there. All right, almost there. Another person.
Can you check the receiver side and make sure it's on?
So Dan,
Yes.
it is like 30 seconds till 1.
Okay.
So you ready?
I'm ready, yeah.
Shall I start introducing
Whenever
you?
you feel like it.
Okay. Okay, all right.
No, he does it all.
I just want to make sure that Cole's ready to. Are you good, Cole? Yeah. Shall I start? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here. My name is Susan. I'm Curator of Education here at the Museum of Glass. And it's my pleasure to introduce Dan this afternoon. And this has been a fabulous residency. We have had so many people log into the live stream and also be here in person to see Dan. And this actually is a Fuel Their Fire residency sponsored by Fred and Sharon Schomer. And if you are interested in sponsoring a residency, you can always talk to me afterwards. And it's really a special, special thing. And it helps supports this wonderful program. So Dan is a member of the Lummi Nation and a Skagit Valley-based artist. He has spent 30 years creating works primarily in glass. The themes and images of Dan's work are often drawn from his Coast Salish heritage and are solidified in the world of glass art. Dan has taught at universities, including the University of Washington and Evergreen State College, and art centers, including the Pilchuck Glass Center, where he's at Art Center, including Pilchuck Glass School, where he started a Native Youth Outreach program. He has had residencies both here and at several museums and art centers across the U.S. and internationally. And he has won many prestigious awards. And incidentally, he was also featured on the Netflix show Blown Away. and his work can be seen in galleries and museums across the world. During this residency, he has been creating objects for an installation at the Children of the Setting Sun Productions in Bellingham, Washington, and we're so happy to support that initiative. Dan, may I give you this wonderful microphone?
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Susan. So kind. Thanks, Fred and Sharon. I really appreciate this opportunity. Like she mentioned, they helped sponsor this residency, and thanks for everybody at the museum. If you've tuned in this week, I couldn't do any of this without the amazing team here and the team that I work with, and it sort of takes a village, as you guys have seen working with glass. I'll kind of jump into my presentation here. Yeah, Aishkasem, Siamana Chalacha, Senesnat, Kokot, Senesnat, Dan Friday. I'm a member of the Waklami people, Lakhtamish people, or as you would say, probably the Lummi Nation. My name is Kokot, and my government name is Dan Friday. I come from the San Juan Islands. I'm from the Northwest, but the tribe originally is from the west side of San Juan Island right there, and that is, again, before there were tribes, before there was a Lummi tribe in 1855, the Point Elliott Treaty, they came up with the name Lummi, pronounced La-Mi. You hear a lot of pronunciations because that seems hard to pronounce, but what's really hard to pronounce is the Waklami Chasen is the Waklami or the Lakhtamish people, and that's the name of the people from this area. And you can see Lummi Island, and just to the right of Lummi Island, you see Portage and that peninsula in Bellingham Bay. That's the current day Lummi Reservation. And yeah, this is, you know, people from the Salish Sea. It's just great to be in the homeland. So if you aren't from the Northwest, welcome. My sister Ray is also an amazing glass artist, and part of my journey is largely we share the glass path together. I've been working in glass for about 30 years. Really fortunate to share something like that with my siblings. And this is my pop, Charles Friday. And what we do in traditional protocol is you sort of introduce where you're from and who your family is. This is my mother, Laurel Friday. It's my aunts and brothers and sisters. At Stamish, and I have some really old photos of my family I feel really fortunate to share because so many Native people are displaced or don't know where they're from specifically, or have been brought up like my dad in the foster communities, but I do know where I'm from, and I feel really honored to have these photos of my family. This is my great-grandfather, Frank Hilaire, or Heitaluk, and my great-great-grandmother, Agnes Haumea, on his right. And, you know, he had 3 wives and 22 children in his longhouse and was at the signing of the Point Elliott Treaty. And, yeah, it's kind of a unique position to know in Native country, sort of where you go back, and the fact that these guys got in front of a camera at that time is, yeah, we're just really fortunate to have these photos. I also will point out the haute couture of circa 1800, the blankets that they have on there, and some of the regalia. It's Frank Hilaire again. These are some other pictures. These are courtesy of the Whatcom County Museum. Frank Hilaire, again, Agnes Haumea. Agnes Haumea was actually half Hawaiian and half Cowichan. Her family came over with Captain Cook, and there were a community or a tribe or a village of 400 Hawaiians on the north side of Orcas Island until 1863, when the Pig War happened and all of the Hawaiians moved to what is now called downtown Vancouver. It used to be called Old Hawaii Town. You won't read that in the history books, but that is a big part of the local history here. There was a lot of Hawaiians. Kanakas worked with the Hudson Bay Blanket Company and sort of integrated into the tribes, just like now we call it Indopino. There's so many Filipinos in the tribes that we just sort of ride together. That's right, baby. Uh, this is a New Chalnu style canoe. This is my great grandpa Frank Hilaire in the canoe. It's sort of like a, you know, people are familiar with the horse people in the plains, but in this area we were Lochtamish people, the people of the sea, and we traveled hundreds of miles a day in one of these canoes, and trade was really rampant up and down the coast, up into, there was no border. So Lummi is, the other half of Lummi is Saanich, or West Saanich in downtown Vancouver, and these people trade went up and down the coast, and it was just just a way of life. The people of the sea. This is the Setting Sun Dance Troupe, and my great grandfather is in the back. My great grandfather Cocolt is in the middle in the front. His name is Joseph Hilaire, and I'll go more into him a little bit later. But that's where I get my name. Cocolt means Spirit of the War Club. He was a totem carver. This is the pole that's in front of the Whatcom County Courthouse, a centennial pole. This is Cousin Harry, because I got jokes. I got to keep it light. But this is Hales Pass today. I don't know if you're from the Northwest or you're familiar with the area. This year at Nisqually was the Paddle to Nisqually. And this is at the Stommish, the canoe races. I feel really fortunate to be in a part of the country where there still are Native people. When you go to the Southwest or in the Pueblos in New Mexico, you see Native people in the communities, but oftentimes it's not that there aren't people back east, but you see the names of all the streets have Native names, but you don't see a lot of the Native people, and I feel really fortunate to be from an area where there are still so many current versions of old traditions around here. This is a piece my sister made of Hales Pass, and this is another piece that she made. My sister, this is over a ton of glass. I like to beat her drum because she's not the type to get up and ramble on about herself a lot, but this is some of her work, and I feel real fortunate to share the path with her. When I first started blowing glass, I was a fisherman in another life. It's my first tow truck I got when I was 16, and I had a lot of old cars. I was a mechanic. I went to trade school, was a tow truck driver, and at 20 years old, I walked into a glass shop and started blowing glass. And about 6 months later, I went to a place called Pilchuck Glass School, and then the owner of the Glass Eye called his friend Paul Marioni. He was like, "We got this kid here. He's real hungry. You got to squeeze him into a class." And Paul and Rob were both big mentors of mine. This is from that first year. I was 20 years old, and I met my buddy Cameron Tower sitting in the back, who's helping me over on the right side. He's one of my day ones, known for 29 years. And that's about the time I met Preston, was working on the totem. And so Pilchuck was sort of my formal glass education. When I first walked into the glass shop at the glass factory, I was ready to make like paperweights or ornaments or just stuff like you see in the gift shop. But going to Pilchuck exposed me to the larger fine art world of glass. And that was really, I'd say, my formal art education. And after about 4 years of blowing glass, I met this guy, Dale Chihuly, and I started working at his place in 1999, and back in last century, 1900s, and worked for Dale for about 24 years. These are some of my early pieces, and I'd say what having is called Serenades, this land is, what glass shares a lot with like Native culture is it's like a sit beside art. You can go to a university and you can read a book about fine art. You can't read a book about playing the violin. You just have to do it. And much of working in glass is that way. This owl came and stayed in my cabin for a couple days. And it came at the end of making owls for a week. Just started this series, and I can't always read the writing on the wall, but I'm like, I'm just gonna take that as a sign. So I started making owls. These are some of my early pieces. This is the Hilaire bear. It was on that drum. These are some of the pendants that I make. Some of the first pieces I made, these bears. Bears used to have legs in my world. I used to make them with the legs. But I like glass sculptures. I feel like glass is like a medium. It's like a sculpture of light. It's all about the lighting for me. So I took away the legs and I kind of let the glass just be a little more glassy. And it's not that they don't look great with legs, but I just felt like it was more of a glass palette, like it's sort of a canvas to lay the glass patterns out on. It's a raven totem, or raven comb. This is the Wecklium comb. Wecklium means place of frogs. That's the name of the Lummi Longhouse, is the Wecklium, or the Wecklemy people. We're big frog people. This is my great-grandpa Joe carving. This pole actually went to Kobe, Japan. Is carving in Pioneer Square in 1960. And even though Grandpa Joe died about 5 years before I was born, the path of his life really shaped my life. You know, just growing up, come from a long line of artists in my family, and yeah, our lives didn't overlap, but it was always powerful for me to know. This is the last standing pole of his that is in front of the Whatcom County Courthouse. That's the Saint-Say, or the sea serpent. And this pole has been restored twice with fiberglass, and it is wood inside, but it's the last standing pole, because poles sort of have a lifespan, and people traditionally believe that when it's time to retire a pole, like it runs its course. It's more like an ice sculpture, like it doesn't live forever. It's made out of wood, and it's often retired on the ground or laid to rest, like this pole of his. This pole is in Kobe, Japan. I went and they actually decommissioned this in 2015, which is crazy because that meant that it was standing for almost 60 years. And yeah, they're just usually don't last that long. It's just really a testament to how well Japanese people take care of stuff. They repainted it many times. And my good buddy Sean Peterson, who many of you may know, who carved the welcome figure here right up the street, and he's a local Puyallup guy, a good buddy of mine. We went and decommissioned the pole in Japan. And I don't think that my grandpa knew, in 1960, it's not immediately after the war, but it was a gift to the city of Kobe, Seattle's sister city. And it was one of those things like an olive branch, like not everybody, is post-war in a lot of ways. And it was a big, like, from our community to you, sort of a symbol of, I don't know what it was exactly, but it was just a great symbol of, for him to give from the tribalist community here to acknowledge what had happened, the atrocities of World War II in Japan. And in the city of Kobe, much like if you see the Seattle skyline and it's got the Space Needle in it, well, after his death, he didn't really live to see this, but the logo for Kobe is the famous clock in his totem pole, sort of on the city logo, and it was just a really impactful thing in his life. This is the bust of Akhenaten. It's at the Corning Museum of Glass. I've been fortunate enough to study there a handful of times. It is potentially 37 plus 100 years old, and it's made out of glass. It's a casting, or this small bust. It could have been made yesterday. And that's what I really love about working in glass. It's such a permanent material. Although it's super fragile, it may be around for literally millennia. So this is some of my glass totems, and it's part of the joy I find in making these fragile things, just knowing that they are telling these coast sailor stories in like a really modern material. This is Treetop E, Fran James, and she was also another mentor of mine, Oksala, or teacher for me. And you know, when I had been blowing glass for about 12 years, I worked for Chihuly. I went to visit Aunt Fran, and she goes, "Oh, I hear you're a big shot glass artist. I'd love to see your work." And I'm like, "Well, Auntie, I don't have a whole lot. It's so expensive to do, and I don't have a degree from any of these. All these opportunities come to people with these like MFA, BFA, these sort of accredited path into art, sort of." And she goes, "I don't have any of those things, and my work's in the Smithsonian. You know, you need to hurry up and make, you know, make your work." And I'm like, "Well, but Auntie, I work for this guy, Dale Chihuly, with eye patch." She's like, "I never heard of him, and you know, nobody will hand you the keys to make your work. You just got to start doing it." And it was really important at the time. You know, I just gotten clean and sober. I'm coming up on 18 years. I definitely got to mention that, because I wouldn't be here if I was still doing that. And these are the basket series we've been working on over here today. These are some of my early baskets. I started this series about 3 months after she passed away, and her son Chief Salit, or Bill James, they were just great mentors for me. And I think so many of us, especially in the glass world, you see this team, and I always mention that teamwork, but glass, I wouldn't be here without people holding the door open for me in a lot of different ways. A lot of different people, just like the museum, Fred and Sharon, continuing people to hold the door open for me. This actually is making a basket right here, but you guys have seen this today, but this is what it looks like, the teamwork of glass. You know, I fused together this little, it's like a mosaic of glass tiles, kind of create a bubble out of it. If you've ever seen like scrimshaw, where you like rub ink into the scratches of ivory, I sort of sift powder onto the surface of glass and wipe it away. It kind of gives it a little contrast. But what this video shows, which is really great, is that the teamwork of working with glass. You know, my good buddy G-Man, Greg Owen, rest in peace. This is made here. Greg used to be the docent here. My good buddy Greg and Taylor's helping me, and then I think there's a third person, but one person's turning the pipe, one person's shielding me, I got another person blowing in the pipe. It's really a lot like couples dancing, glass blowing. It's a unique art form in that you share with other artists making your work. And so again, that's a really important part of it for me. A lot of times people come for the art and stay for the family that you get. This is my sister Ray putting together a couple blankets. Where we started this basket series here at the museum with the Evergreen Longhouse. They had a residency here. And I'm just standing with these esteemed elders here because I could blow glass, but other than that, these guys are all legends in the native art community. This is my great aunt Haytawit, or Mary Ellen Hilaire. She was the first female and native professor at Evergreen State College. And during the residency that Evergreen had here, we started making these basket series. This is Hala Peterson, or Howanut Old Peter is her Indian name. And just through that process, it's kind of enabled me to work with a lot of other artists in native country that might not have the access to, or that, you know, you can't take a weekend workshop and play on the violin. So it brings me a lot of satisfaction to, as you see these guys at the other bench are gaffing out my work or my designs, to be able to help other native artists sort of realize their work in glass. And these are some of our collaborations together with Lillian Pitt from that last slide. Lillian Pitt she's a Grand Round, or, you know, down in Warm Springs in Oregon, but she was a real pioneering artist in glass and other mediums, but she really paved the way for a lot of other native artists. And it's like glass just has such a high cost of entry too. It takes so many years to just become proficient, and it's not cheap to do. So it's work with places like this and with leaders like that. It's great to kind of be at a place where there's a lot of natives working in glass now that there weren't before. It's my sister Ray and I at the Burke Museum at the University of Washington. This is Lummi clam basket, and this is one of Ray's clam baskets. It's a great picture in our family history. This is my great-great-grandfather, Haytaluk, again, Frank Hilaire, and he's with Chief Martin, and they're teaching the settlers here. This is in 1890. They're teaching the settlers here how to reef net fish, and that's the Lummi way of fishing. It was invented in the Straits. We share that with the Saanich people in southern Vancouver, or the Strait Salish, or people that speak Wecklummi Chauson language. That's where the reef net comes from, is in those channels. And so this is a little model right here that you can't really see in the picture between them, of the little canoes and the net, the schwalla. The schwalla is it's like the womb or the female at our net. And you can see sort of in the foreground the reef net anchors. But here's a drawing where you can see it a little better. But the schwalla is, our way of sustaining ourselves at the time, and it gave us an ability to trade with the people that were settling the area. It was like a mean of commerce. Like, our ability to fish supported us through the winters, and it gave people. It was like a currency. But in 1890, that's why this photo is important, because this photo of the teaching of the schwalla started the commercial reef net fishing industry and canning industry, and they banned natives from fishing in the way they used to. This is 1890 at Cherry Point. And so in 1974, the Bolt decision it ruled here in Olympia. The fish wars with Billy Frank. As we're trying to establish our historic fishing grounds, these anchors, as they started to do archaeology under the water, because they're like, how do you stake claim to your historic fishing rights? So you don't have a deed, there's no title. Well, as they do archaeology under the water, they find these anchors by the thousands in piles. And you can say, like, this is where we fish. This is one of my anchors in my personal collection. And these are some of the anchors that I make. The ropes are woven cedar. These are the chenot, or the salmon. And today, even still, the tribe they're huge stewards of the aquaculture up at Lummi. They're oyster farmers, and they're restoring the spawning grounds, and there's just a huge amount of activism from the tribe to keep our fisheries strong, because without them, it's a big way of life still. So the Chief Seattle Club. This is my boy Doug helping me put together a schwalla. This is at my show, and I'll sort of point out in the schwalla here, the hanging, the willow branch hole, or that opening, is at the far end of the net that's between the canoes as it's suspended, and it allows the chief of the salmon people, or the tip of the spear, as they travel on this line, and the big genetic breeders are always at the front of the pack as they're guiding the fish back to the rivers to spawn. And that hoop allows the first salmon to escape on every catch, and that's just like a built-in mechanism of conservation that doesn't exist today, as we do what's called deep sea dredging, or we'll cast a 2-mile net, and there's things like 90% bycatch. That just didn't exist in the way we harvest salmon, and in fact, it ensured that the large genetic breeders were allowed to escape every time and sort of spawn. If less than 100 years ago, the average size of a salmon in Puget Sound was 70 pounds. You just won't see one that big anymore. You're lucky to see 25, 30-pound salmon in Puget Sound. And these are just some shots from my first museum show. I had a solo museum show at the museum, Northwest Art, in 2021, 2020, somewhere about there, 5 or 6 years ago. These are Salish spirits. This red-faced dancer, my cousin Ron Hilbert. Scala of the killer whale. This is a famous painting by Paul Kane, and it's about the skukka. This, you can see in the front of it, this little dog on the front, on the right side of the painting, is the skukka, or the Coast Salish woolly dog. This is the only known photo from 1860 of a skukka, but it was Coast Salish people's way of animal husbandry, of keeping these dogs. They're sort of like a Pomeranian, and all of our blankets are Coast Salish regalia, like I pointed out in that first slide of Grandpa Frank. They were woven with this dog hair. This is at the Burke Museum, and within the last 5 years, there's a great Coast Salish weaving show up at the Burke Museum right now. And through genetic testing at the Metropolitan Museum, the Royal Museum in Ontario, and the Burke Museum in Seattle, they have sort of proven that 90% of these blankets are dog's fur mixed with mountain goat wool and nettle fibers, natural cedar fibers. But it was a big industry. That's how our blankets were made before the advent of wool. So these are some of my blanket panels here. I think we might work on one of these after lunch at the other bench. I'm going to make a totem in the middle here. This is the new Seattle Aquarium's Oceans Pavilion. This is the Wasawatat, grandmother rock. It's in the entryway that you can see the people standing on. There's a bunch of it's a story of the grandmother with the little crabs on her back, her babies that lived on her back. And so that's in the concrete, and on the soffit of the ceiling is the spindle whorl pattern, and that's sort of around the Shark Tank oculus. It's my boy Alex, what's up? And yeah, inside the museum, I have 33 salmon swimming into the museum, and it's kind of interesting. When I was first it's my first like large civic project, and being on Zoom call with 30 little windows of people trying to figure out what it, worked on that project for 6 years, and but it was really rewarding and a great project to be part of. You can see that today. They've really done if you're from the Northwest, I don't know if you remember the viaduct, but the waterfront's pretty special these days. And this is at the opening ceremony. This is my boy Trent, my nephew, my son. These are the anchors. This is, I feel like the anchor is a great symbol for me. It just sort of represents, steadfast against the current. And so this is at the Gates Foundation in Seattle. And one of the things I've been working on in the last 8 years now, this program, like Susan mentioned, I started the Native Youth Program, is inspired by Dale's work with the Hilltop Tacoma program. And it's one of those things, I think 25 years that I have been working with them. I'm not exactly sure how long they've been around, but it was super inspiring. And glass is one of those things where not everybody that you work with in glass will stick around, but my buddy Trent here that's helping us today, you can see him in the front on the right. And it's one of those things that glass is a great form of outreach for me. This is the first year of the Native Youth Program at Pilchuck. This is with NAYA in Portland. And this is my sister Ray teaching. She's an amazing teacher. And glass is crazy. It's an interesting carrot to dangle. Not everybody that takes a workshop in glass will become a glass artist, but many of the people from the glass program at Hilltop come back into glass, whether they stay in the whole time. But the thing we do in the weekend workshop is it really gets you in the moment in a way that is difficult to do these days with a phone in your hand, and you're thinking about the past, you're thinking about the future. Glass has a way of keeping you in the moment. It just keeps you honest in a way that many other things won't do. These two girls are from my reservation, and they grew up in Native Indian people are just like people too. They got all sorts of problems, and they're just regular people. And these people are from families like the Hatfields and the McCoys. These two girls come from families that just didn't speak to each other. for many generations. And after a weekend up at Pilchuck, together working in glass, they could have been best friends. And I really, for that sort of connection, I really do appreciate working with glass. This is my family today. Yeah, Haishka, Siemena Chalacha. Thank you. Oh yeah, you'll see me raise my hands a lot. That's a Coast Salish way of, it's sort of like our hand clapping, and it's, who doesn't love a thunderous applause? I mean, come on, but we call it Sayat, and you'll see around the Puget Sound these welcome figures. It's like a way of welcome or thank you or I hear you. It's sort of an acknowledgement, and when someone's talking, you can hit them with one of these Sayat with hands raised. You'll hear Native people say with hands raised, with I'll raise my hands to you. And yeah, so that's what we're doing when we raise our hands. So I think there was going to be some questions too. Is that what I'm doing, Susan? Yeah, if there's any questions, please fire away. None? Okay, cool, I'm out. Yeah, none? All right, cool. Well, hey, thanks for coming. We're going to make a totem after lunch, and they're going to work on some blanket baskets on the other side. Appreciate you. Aishka, Siam.
Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Ooh, my volume's nice and high. So, just to give a little introduction as to what we have going on, we have Dan Friday in the hot shop. He's the one who's just picked up this piece of glass from the box up in the front. He's our visiting artist for the week. And this is the last day of his residency here at the museum, so we're going to see them finish off as many projects as they can. We will see them work on a totem. They're going to be finishing off a totem, kind of like this one right here on the front pedestal. Yeah, pretty soon they'll be finishing something like this off. We've been working on components for this throughout the day today, and we have to still put it all together. And we also, it's a much larger group than you usually see on the hot shop floor. So we're going to be working at every single bench on various things. We've so far been dedicating one bench to making baskets, kind of like this piece right here and this piece right here on the front pedestal. And then we had one bench that was dedicated to working on just like components for some of these pieces. And then the center bench, this is where I've been focusing on a lot. And this is where Dan Friday has been working on mostly assembly and sculpting. And he's been doing a lot of that detail-oriented work. Now, these pieces that we're seeing worked on, they actually do have a destination for these pieces already. They're going to be an installation at Children of the Setting Sun production headquarters in Bellingham. So these pieces are going up to Bellingham. They're going to be on display. And whenever visiting artists come in, the way that it works is they create anything they want and then they take it home with them and do anything they want with it from there. But these pieces do have that specific destination. Yeah, so thanks for bringing that up. So the process you saw just as I started talking on the mic, this box right here, we've been using it to preheat pieces of glass up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And specifically, we have these round-bottomed cups in there, which you saw us pick one of those up. It's called a color cup or a stuff cup. And the name kind of explains how it's used. We use it to stuff another bubble inside of the cup. And basically, that just creates a layer of color on the very outside of all of that glass, making it appear as if all that glass is that same color, but really, it's mostly clear glass, just a little bit of color on the surface. And that's what we've done for a lot of these pieces. And for those who joined in a little later, a good example of stuffed cups would be like these right here on the front table. This is a smaller version of what we just picked up. So I've already pointed out, but I'll point out again for newcomers that we're working on something similar to this right here on the front pedestal, a totem. And we already have the base with the marble created. We have our owl, which will sit on top. And we're creating now a moon right here at the center bench, a moon that the owl is going to sit on top of. Yeah, so this piece, all of the components we've made so far, the base and the marble and the owl, those are all completely solid all the way through. And so we make each of those sections individually, and then we just kind of attach them on top of each other. We still are going to make that moon, and it's so far it's hollow. So I'm thinking this moon might be hollow completely, but we'll see. That'll be stacked on top, and then the owl will go on top. So we still have quite a bit of attaching to do. Also, this pattern on this bubble is really interesting. I don't know if we can get a closer view of it at all. We'll see. But this bubble we worked on in the first half of the day, it has these stripes that are kind of stick straight all the way across it, coming from something called cane, which are these sticks of colored glass that we've been working with in the front here. And then we took those stick straight stripes, we heated up one small section at a time and twisted the bubble back and forth. So we have lines that are zigzagging, or it's called a wigwag, across the surface of the glass. Very hard to create and to explain, so hopefully we can see it better when it's blown out. So this over here on the right bench is technically a part of the process for this totem. This is the creation of the marble that sits kind of in the middle of the totem or on top of the base. This marble has silver and gold leaf, which is just picked up. Then we stuff the glass into a mold. Those molds create these little dimples across the surface of the glass, which then we gather more glass over top of, and that traps air pockets. That's how they have those perfect spaced air bubbles inside of that little marble. Oh yeah, feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. Just grab my attention. Usually by raising your hand works best, and then I'll come over to answer your question. So I know you're all joining in at different times. So the center bench, we've taken these two metal blades called the jacks, and we've squeezed down into this glass off the end of the pipe. We're basically just creating a weak point or a breaking point that we'll use later on to eventually break this glass off the pipe. And this is water that we're pouring onto the glass. It's not something you usually see, but we're just trying to cool the glass down a little faster than if we were to use something like compressed air. The silver box here? Yeah, so this is really important. So thanks for asking. This is the garage, and it sits at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, basically just keeping a piece of glass on pause when we put it in there. So we can actually even just put the entire end of the pipe with the piece on it inside of the garage, which is why they call it that. We're parking the end of the pipe in there. But yeah, we've been putting a lot of our pieces in here, like the lower half of the totem, which we'll pull out from there pretty soon, and you'll see it. Yeah, Alex is keeping that warm, I think, in the corner there. What? Okay, that's what I figured you asked. I just wanted to double check. The center bench, so I have been focusing on this a lot because this is a part of the totem that we haven't made yet, but we are working at both other benches. The one on the right, we're making these marbles, just like you see on this totem right here. And to be honest, we've been continuously making those marbles over there throughout the day today, just kind of making one after the other. I think it's just a little bit of prep work. And then over here, we've been making baskets all day, which these have all been kind of changing in shape and size, but we're sticking with a pretty similar theme where we have patterning a lot like this right here and some similar colors. But they might end up like this size and this shape, for example, this is also a basket right here on the front table. Yeah, since this residency started on Wednesday, they've had a lot of time to make a bunch of different pieces, and they then put a few out for you guys to see and compare to the pieces we're making right now. Yeah, there's a lot of work that goes into these pieces. So, of course, you're seeing a lot of the shaping and a lot of the application of color and patterns in here. But there's a part of the process that you guys never get to see, and that's the cold working, which is grinding, cutting, polishing the glass, sandblasting the glass if we want kind of that matte texture like the fox right there on the front pedestal. So there's so much to glass blowing. Even more than what you see here. Also, at the center bench, we're pushing this glass into a crescent shape for our moon. And we're using a couple of cork paddles to do this. So we use a lot of different wooden tools. We just want an insulating material to touch to the glass every once in a while so it doesn't suck heat out of the piece. So we end up using cork wood. So color is applied in the very beginning of the piece. If you look at the inside of this basket right here, you can see that it's all green, right? So it's not like we started with a green bubble or a green vat of molten glass. Instead, we always start with clear glass, which comes from our furnaces, the tanks with the closed doors, which it looks like Trent is just about to spray some water inside of one, just to point that out to you. But we start with clear, and then we take these bars of colored glass, just solid colored glass. We attach it to the end of a different pipe, and then we have to melt that down and apply it. And the way that I've been describing this lately is, because I'm a foodie, like a hard shell of chocolate over an ice cream. Something like that, right? It's like just kind of smeared over top. It's very satisfying to watch. So that's how we get that smooth, even layer of color of green for that piece, for example. To get the stripes, we might take that color bar and wrap it around maybe, or we have all of this right here, all of these sticks of colored glass, these small pieces are called cane, and that creates some really detailed pieces. They were hoping to use this one today. We'll see if we do. That pattern was laid out this morning. Oh yeah, and the different colors themselves come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the glass. And could I have our visiting artist slideshow real quick, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's a slideshow going, showing off some of Dan Friday's previously made work, some inspiration photos, just kind of some background photos. Now, Dan Friday is a local artist. He's a member of the Lummi Nation, which he draws a lot of inspiration from and puts into his work. So we're seeing a lot of baskets. We're seeing these anchors, which is that larger, round, kind of dimpled shape right here on the front pedestal. And then we also have the, wow, why am I struggling? The totems, which we have on either pedestal, either side of me. We actually have one of his totems in the store as well, if you wanted to check out one more version that we have on display. I get that question a lot, and you actually don't often get burned, especially because these guys are professionals. They've been working with it for a long time. They really know what to avoid touching. As long as you're not touching the glass on the end of the pipe, which it's radiating a lot of heat, it's usually glowing, it's pretty easy to avoid. You're not touching the equipment. You're not touching the wrong end of the tool. You know how to pick up the tool properly, then you're pretty okay. Yeah. I haven't seen anyone burn themselves in this hot shop. I've been here for years. And usually if they ever do, it's something that pops maybe and it just bounces off of them. Yeah. Yeah, so for anyone who joined in a little bit later, I'll reintroduce our project real quick. So I just introduced our artist again very briefly, kind of showed some images of his work, but we are working on another totem And I'll point out again these examples on either side of me on the pedestals. I would say that it's going to be a little bit more similar to what we're seeing here. So far, we have a lot of these same shapes. We're just creating a moon right now that is going to go in between the owl on top and then this marble kind of in the center of the totem. So yeah, this is a big project. We've been working on this technically all day. We've been working towards this piece. And this is the only hollow or blown component of the piece, interestingly enough. But yeah, this is a moon, a crescent moon. And while we work on this at one bench, we're always working at our other benches as well, just getting as much done within the time frame that we have. Over on the right bench, we've been seeing a lot of marbles created, which it looks like one is being shown off to the front, the crowd. It's kind of cool. Over on the left, we've been making a lot of baskets today, which are the more blown vessels on display, like this right here and this right here. These are both baskets. And we're making ones that are kind of similar to this one today. Yeah, when it comes to the equipment that we're running, we are mostly using natural gas. So all of the equipment along the wall, like what we're reheating the glass inside of, where we're getting the molten glass, it's all running off of natural gas between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And with the torches, however, we have this smaller handheld torch. You can see kind of hoses running across the floor. Those are hooked up to propane and oxygen, so it creates a much hotter, sharper flame, and it can get up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So those are the hottest temperatures that we're working with in here. So earlier we saw Trent spraying water into the furnace. This was just what was inside of the spray bottle. We do this to break any air bubbles that have risen up to the surface of the glass that's in that molten pool of glass. So yeah, wait, for those who haven't seen that piece of equipment yet, that's the tank with the closed door specifically. Like there's a glow emanating from behind that closed door. Those are the glass furnaces. There's a crucible filled with molten clear glass, and as we use it more, there tends to be air bubbles, and we'll break them as the day goes on. Now we're seeing something really important at the center bench. We've just attached a second pipe to the piece, and then we will pretty soon break this entire piece off of that first pipe with some water, which we're applying right now. And then just a tap of the pipe. The whole point of this is just to kind of flip the orientation of the piece or let us work on the opposite side of the piece. And this is how we get that pattern on the basket that's on the pedestal. So we've stuck this bubble into a mold. That mold basically gave us all these little dimples across the surface of the glass. And next, we bring over this bit of colored glass that we attach and wrap all the way around the side of the bubble. These rollers just make sure that the lines are evenly spaced. And then with this, so again, I want to point out we have kind of high points and then low points because of that mold that we went inside of. And then when we wrap this glass around, it's touching the bubble in some places, not touching it in other places. So when we heat this up again, we're going to have the glass will kind of like melt and break apart. And that will create all these little dots and striations that we're seeing in this finished piece. So this is exactly how this pattern was made. So these ones are definitely not like anything related to today, but sometimes they will work on goblets. I'll just call them goblets as a very general way, but whenever they're making goblets, they usually will make the tops multiple times over, and then they will make the stems and the foot and then attach everything kind of one by one. And when they have leftover tops, they can just save them, set them aside, and then heat them up again later on. So we can use those on another day. Oh, and the horses, these are usually made with little leftover bits of colored glass that they don't want to waste, but there's not like enough to actually do anything with, so they'll just sculpt a little pony out of it. So just to reiterate, this is a blown piece. It's hollow all the way through. And we have this small opening at the end here furthest away from the pipe. But we are going to be sealing that off pretty soon so we can sharpen it into this perfect point. And we don't want to create a vacuum in the piece, so we drill this small hole that usually is not very noticeable in the final product, just somewhere in the piece. to avoid creating a vacuum. And for those who just joined in or recently joined in, I just wanted to give another quick introduction as to what we have going on. So we have specifically a visiting artist. His name is Dan Friday, and he's the one who's standing just outside the center bench right here, and we're working on this crescent moon at the moment. This is going to be part of a totem that we've been working on all day today. We already have 3 components for this totem made, which are pretty much these right here. We have this base, we have this marble, and we have the owl. And then this crescent moon will be just underneath the owl on this totem. We have most of these components just kind of staying warm in here, this silver box called the garage, at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So once we have the moon ready, we can start attaching things one by one. And Dan Friday has been here for a full week residency, so starting on Wednesday. And this is the last day of the residency, which, sad, of course, but that means that we have a bunch of pieces that have been finished and are out on display on these front tables and pedestals. You guys are welcome to take a closer look at these if you like. We also do have a piece on display in the store, or for sale in the store of Dan Friday's, which is one of the totems, as well as some pendants that he's made as well. And these pieces are specifically going to become part of an installation. All of these pieces will be an installation itself at Children of the Setting Sun production headquarters in Bellingham. So up north, these pieces will be put on display. So it's so difficult to put a label on some things. When it comes to being a visiting artist, I would say that the profession of a lot of visiting artists is they are an artist, which means that they design their work and they're kind of a creator, thinker, they're kind of the idea and the brains. But when it comes to glass blowing, it's really hard to make anything on your own, so you always need a team. And it can be to the point that you are essentially like just taking a step back and you're just watching things play out. But he's still kind of directing them, or you could think of him as like maybe the conductor of an orchestra or something like that. Yeah. So there's the lower portion of the totem. They've just brought that out over to the right bench. And basically, their task over there is just to keep this piece of glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And eventually, we'll start heating up just where we want the pieces connected. If we heat up the whole thing too much, then it starts moving around and we lose our shape. So we'll just heat up the very top of the marble, basically. Hey, welcome into the hot shop. We're working on a totem right now. And this totem, the bottom section of it is over on the right bench, which is very similar to what we have here on the front pedestal with the bird perched on top, but it's larger. And then we have this crescent moon that we've created at the center bench. We'll put on top of this entire thing over here on the right bench. And then we have an owl to put on top of that crescent moon. So this is going to end up being a pretty tall piece of glass in the end. And most of these pieces are completely solid all the way through, making it a little bit heavier as well. That leverage that the glass has against you makes it feel 4 or 5 times heavier than it actually is. So using this smaller handheld torch, we'll start heating up the section where we're going to start attaching another piece of glass. Also, just to mention this in advance, usually we do a little size check before we actually attach everything together. We want to make sure everything's lining up properly. We'll see if they just go for it, but usually they do a little lining up and then everyone kind of holds their breath like they're about to attach it, but then they walk away. So we have our base at the center bench now, where we'll start using this hot torch. And we'll just heat up the very top of the marble where we attach the moon. Wow, could not get that word out of my mouth. And again, this is why it's really important to have multiple benches to work at the same time so we can bring pieces together like this. So once these two are connected, they have to wait for that connection to solidify a certain amount before they disconnect this pipe. So once we've disconnected that pipe, we have our pieces assembled. And now we just have one more section left to the piece, and that's the owl that'll be perched on top. So that's another basket finished. I think that's the fourth one of the day. And that goes inside of the annealer. This box basically holds the glass at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit until we press a button, and then it slowly cools everything all at once, about overnight or 12 hours. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow. That's where we're going to put this finished piece as well once we get that owl on top. And could I have our visiting artist work up on the screen, please? So there have been a decent amount of people who have joined in and haven't seen this slideshow yet. So up on the screen, there's a slideshow playing of our visiting artist artwork. Again, Dan Friday. He's the one who's working right here at the center bench with the bandana on his head, right outside of the bench. And he's a member of the Lummi Nation, which he draws a lot of inspiration from and puts into his work. And this will create a lot of different pieces, like we're seeing already out, the baskets, salmon, the totems, and we're seeing, an anchor as well. Those ones I love because of that crackly surface. But you'll actually see a lot of Dan Friday's work out and about if you live locally. For example, he has a public installation at the Seattle Aquarium. He also has an installation over at Woven, which is a seafood restaurant along the Ruston waterfront. That's one that I noticed before he even told me, because I go there every once in a while. And these pieces actually have a specific destination as well, which I keep wanting to make sure people know about. But these are going to be at an installation at Children of the Setting Sun production headquarters in Bellingham. So these will be going up north to be put on display. And basically this slideshow is just to kind of show you guys some examples of how his work has been installed in the past and some inspiration photos, historical photos, his history. And I know we have a really large group on the floor today, but all of these pieces are designed by Dan Friday. They're all working towards these pieces that will be put on display. We have a mix of people on the floor. Some of them are our resident hot shop team, people that work for the museum, and then some people Dan Friday brought in specifically to help out with the residency. Thank you. And for those who joined in more recently, just want to make sure to catch everyone up and make sure everyone knows what we're doing. So we have Visiting Artist Stand Friday, and as you just saw, you guys can ask us questions. I can kind of relay information between him and you guys, or I can answer a lot of technical questions you have as well. But again, Visiting Our Stand Friday, we're working on one of his totems right now, which we have some examples of on the far pedestals. And these all turn out pretty different from each other. This one that we're working on now has a crescent moon on it, and then we're going to have an owl perched on top of that moon, which we already have that owl created. I think we're just kind of perfecting this moon before we move on and attach the owl onto it. So we're getting close to finishing this piece. And then throughout the rest of the hot shop, we're working out all of the benches we have available, doing a little bit of prep work. Like earlier, we were making some of these marbles, like you see in the totem we're working on now and in this totem right here on the front pedestal. And then on the other bench to your left or my right, they've been working on baskets throughout the entirety of the day, mostly with this patterning right here. And then they end up being a variety of shapes and sizes. This is another example of a basket right here on the front table. So yeah, just a very general introduction. If you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. Yeah, I just got a question about the equipment that we're working with, so I'll just do a little general explanation of some of these tools real quick for anyone that might be curious as well. But we're using 2 different torches. We're also using this large open face furnace to heat up the glass. We have different temperatures in these equipments as well. So this smaller handheld torch, this is especially important right now for sculpting and all this smaller detail-oriented work. This gets up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're heating up a small section of glass at a time as we sculpt, and this is especially helpful for doing something like gills in a fish, or maybe the wrinkles around an eye for a face. We are basically just avoiding heating up anything else by using this small pinpoint flame. We just heat up what we want and nothing else. Then with this torch, we're heating up a general area, especially towards the pipe. This tends to be the colder part of the piece, and if it gets too cold, it'll start to crack and break. So we're continuously heating that up, especially closer to the end of the process, like right now. And this is the owl that we prepared earlier. We'll bring that over and attach it to the piece pretty soon here. We just have to heat up those 2 components, and then we can bring them together. Oh yeah, and then we get an overall heat inside of that large open face furnace, of course, which runs between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So much colder compared to that little lightsaber of a torch, but still pretty hot. All right, sounds like we might be going for it. So we heated up those 2 connection points right at the base of the owl and then right at the base of the moon. And then we just bring the 2 together. And this is that moment that our visiting artist was talking about just a second ago, where you just have one shot, and then where it ends up is where it ends up. So now we have all of the different components assembled. And there are these little excess bits of glass attached where we basically broke the piece off of the pipe. So right at the top of the owl and then right at the top of the moon. So these will most likely heat up and then start to kind of pick off with a pair of tweezers. Otherwise, we have to cold work that off, and that's a little bit scary, which cold working, again, is the grinding, cutting, polishing of glass that's done when it's cold. And then perfect timing, as soon as they finished that, they just brought over a bubble from the left bench right here in the front. This has been stuffed inside of a mold that basically created all these little dimples across the surface of the glass. And then we'll wrap a colored bit of glass around it. And because of those dimples, has high points and low points. The glass is only going to be attached to those high points where it's actually touching the surface of the bubble. And that creates a pattern like this right here. When they heat it up again, it's going to melt some of those strands apart, and it's going to create dots and striations across the surface of the bubble. And can we have a view of the left bench, please? So the center bench has been very exciting, and so I've been focusing on this the most. But I did want to give everyone a chance to see what's happening over at the left bench, which we're continuing to make those baskets, very similar to what you saw us put away not too long ago in the annealer to cool down. We are making another one of those over on the left bench. And could we have a view of the left bench, please? I was about to say that's not the left bench. Okay, so we have a view of the left bench. This is a pretty big bubble of glass already. It was perfectly round not too long ago. Then we started heating this up and hanging it down towards the floor, just stretching it out with gravity. And then we can finish blowing this out to its full size. And then once they've gotten this to its full size and pretty much full shape, they start to flatten the bottom with a wooden paddle. And again, just to mention, we do use a variety of wooden tools in the hot shop, which may be surprising to some, but sometimes we need an insulating material to touch onto the glass so it doesn't suck a bunch of heat out of the piece. So it seems like we are just getting ready to break this off and put it away for it to cool down overnight. Oh, yeah, if you're wondering what that was about, they're bringing a hot bit of colored glass over, and they're going to wrap it around the opening of the piece to create a lip wrap, which is basically just a rim of a different color. Yeah, get your photos while you can. We're cutting at that connection point. We should probably catch the break off. Yeah, there we go. We're cutting at that connection point with a pair of shears, kind of weakening that connection. We always stand underneath with the gloves when we do something like that, just in case it spontaneously decides that it's ready to go. And then when we're officially ready, we just have to apply a little bit of water to that connecting point. That'll crack it from thermal shock. Then we just tap the pipe and it'll pop right off into those Kevlar gloves. And let's give them a round of applause. So that's the first totem of the day. We've been working on that piece all day today. Thank you, guys. Yeah, that one was a long time coming. Now, I did want to point out again, just in case anyone didn't hear me, you can feel free to come down to the front pedestals, take a closer look at these finished totems. We also have one totem for sale in the Museum of Glass store if it's still there. So if you want to check out another piece that's finished, as well as some pendants. And we're going to continue working on those baskets over on the left bench, which we have a view of up on the screen. And I'm sure the artists that just finished that piece, they're going to take a minute. They're probably going to catch their breath, get some water. So they set up this pattern earlier today down in the front right here. This is something I haven't talked about for a little bit today, but there's something called cane, which are these sticks of colored glass. We broke them into these smaller segments, and then they were laid out in a herringbone pattern, which this is going to be blown out into a large kind of cylindrical shape. and then possibly, I'm not entirely sure, but possibly opened up into a panel on a later date as well. But it sounds like this might be turned into another basket. Again, kind of like these larger blown pieces here. And there's one that was finished a day or so ago. That one also used some small segments of cane. That's how they get that sort of basket weave pattern. So it looks like we're about to finish that basket over on the left bench as well. We're just torching that connecting point till we see some movement, and then we'll go ahead and water and knock it off just like the last piece. So another basket done. Now, when it comes to this pattern we've set up in the front, this is going to have to be slowly heated up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit for us to be able to start working with it. So we've got this fork out right here at the center bench. We're going to put this entire tray or piece of kiln shelf on the end of that fork, and then we can just stick it into the garage to start preheating it. The garage is that silver box, just to mention that again real quick. So over on that right bench, we have a blowpipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end of that pipe. And this has been shaped into what we call a collar. It's basically just some clear glass that's surrounding the end of the pipe, but it's not obstructing it. So we can still blow air through the pipe and it's just going to escape out the other end. So the way that we use this is we'll just lightly touch this down onto this patterning. And then as we turn the pipe, that patterning will wrap all the way around and create basically this cylinder of our patterned glass around the end of the pipe. It's a little bit complex, but this will all play out right here at the center bench. And again, this pattern was laid out this morning, piece by piece. Now at the center bench, this is being lightly heated up. This is usually heated up enough that they can start to compress some of these pieces of glass together so they all stick.
Yeah, what happened to the clock?
So we have a really good view of this pattern up on the screen right here at the center bench. For those who just joined in, we have Dan Friday working in the hot shop today. He's our visiting artist. He's the one who is at the center bench with those two metal paddles starting to compress this design. Everyone else on the floor, they're helping bring these designs and visions of his to life. And this is the last day of his residency, at a 5-day-long residency here at the museum, to specifically work on some pieces for an installation at Children of the Setting Sun Productions headquarters, which is up in Bellingham. And this piece is going to turn into a basket. We have a couple of examples of baskets out right here on the front table and front pedestal. This one was made yesterday, and it actually used a very similar technique where they have these short pieces of cane, which are basically sticks of colored glass, all laid out in a pattern. And then they did the same thing with this one where they just rolled it up on the end of a pipe and turned it into a basket. Now this is actually red glass. Red glass turns usually black or brown when you're working with it, and then as it cools down overnight, it'll go back to that bright red. Now, just to reiterate this, the reason we're heating this up and we're pushing it together with these metal paddles is just to slightly compress the design, just make sure all these individual little pieces of glass are sticking to each other, so that way we can evenly roll them up around the collar, which the collar of clear glass is ready right here at the center bench. We just have to get that a little bit warm to get that cane nice and warm, and then we can roll that panel up. So once they're ready, they bring the collar over, lightly touch it down onto the edge of the cane. And just like that, we've picked up all of our color. Also, this brushing is just to get rid of any particles that they might have picked up from that piece of kiln shelf before they start to heat this up any further. So the first step when we're heating this up, we're just trying to make sure those edges all touch together. And we're still making those baskets over on the left bench. And this is done, again, the same way that this one was done right here on the front pedestal, where we have these dots and lines of different patterns. And I'm excited to point out how they do this. They've already stuffed it into the mold, it looks like, but they stuff it into a mold, so they end up having these high and low points across the surface of the glass. And then they bring some color over and they wrap it around. This is all done right up here in the front, over top of these rollers. And it looks like we might be using the powder booth as well. So kind of hidden around the corner. Anytime we disappear over there, we're using this special booth where we apply powdered colored glass just so that we don't inhale it. Has some good ventilation in that booth. And this is a view of it up on the screen. So it's a sifter. We sift the powder onto the surface of the piece, and then it looks like we're wiping the excess away with a wet rag. So this is the bubble so far from the left bench. We have all these dimples across the surface of the glass from the mold that they went inside of. And they're about to bring a colored bit of glass over and wrap it around the entire bubble. So this is brought over, lightly touched down, and then as they turn this bubble in the rollers, it pulls the pipe back at these even increments and creates perfectly spaced striping. So now bear with me. Hopefully you understand this explanation, but because we have all these dimples, we just wrap some color around the bubble. It's touching the surface of the glass in some places and then not touching in other places where we have that dimple. So when we heat this again, it's going to break those strands of colored glass apart. It's going to kind of melt apart where it's not touching the bubble, and that creates that sort of dotted line effect. Now with the bubble at the center bench, we've been working on heating up and compressing this design, making sure there's no air gaps anywhere in between those pieces of glass, and eventually we should have a pretty smooth and shiny surface. This little bit of clear that we picked up is simply to close off the end of the cylinder so that we can start treating this like a real bubble of glass, start blowing into it and working with it a little bit further. So, for those who just joined in, wanted to give a little update, catch you up on what we've been working on and finishing in here. So, were you guys in here when we had the kiln shelf laid out with all the patterning on it? Okay, cool. So, at this point, we've picked that up onto a collar of clear glass. We turned that into a cylinder. We closed off the end of that cylinder, and now we're just starting to like blow it out and shape it a little bit. And that's all right here at the center bench still. And then over on the left bench, we're just starting to blow out and finish off the shape of the basket over there. So both of these are going to turn into baskets, just to point that out as well. So with the basket up on the screen, we've blown this out. And I don't know if you guys noticed this, but we actually held the bubble up towards the ceiling. And that let the glass kind of slump down onto itself. That creates a squatter and wider shape. And that's something that we do for low bowls, plates, anything that has that lower and wider shape. And once they flatten the bottom of the piece, they're on to the next step, which is attaching the second pipe to the bottom. They let this connection set up just a little bit before breaking this piece entirely off of the first pipe. So we'll see how they break this off. Usually just a little bit of water. That water will crack that connection point, and then a tap of the pipe. No, actually, we're going to make this piece bigger. So we're letting this cool down to a certain extent, and then we're going to gather clear glass over top of it, is what it looks like. So Gabe just ran a little bit of color over to the left side of the hot shop. This is going to be attached as a lip wrap, so it's just a little pop of color around the rim of this basket that they're making over there. And we'll see a lip wrap for this piece as well, for the basket at the center bench. Now, once we have a fresh layer of clear glass, we always sit down and we use the block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool. We keep this saturated in water, so that way it doesn't burn up as much when we use it. But this essentially is creating a layer of steam in between the glass and the wood. We're just kind of smoothing and evening that glass out. Now, before this basket is blown out to its full size right here at the center bench, we get started on that jack line, which again is just basically a weak point that will eventually break the piece off from that divot. And now we can continue to blow this out. We're kind of guiding which way it blows out by using this pad of newspaper at the same time. So another basket has been finished over on that left bench. I've lost count at this point. I think maybe 5 or 6 baskets throughout the day. Oh, yeah. I guess something I could mention, if you guys have missed any point of the process and you're curious about how we made something or what we made earlier or what we made yesterday, we live stream every single day that we're down on the hot shop floor. So you can always go onto our YouTube channel and you can rewind it, or you can pull up old live streams from even years ago. We have all of them permanently saved. So I always think that's really nice. Sometimes people ask like how we got to this point or what we made yesterday. Like for example, we made that large basket right there. Has kind of a basket weave pattern on it yesterday. And now we're at the point where we're attaching the punty to the bottom of the piece, which again is essentially just like a second pipe that we attach. And this allows us to break the piece off of the first pipe. Now we disconnect this piece with a little bit of water and just a tap of the pipe. And now all that's left for this piece right here is opening it up, and we also do have a lip wrap to attach, which again is just a little rim of a different color. And with our basket finished at the center bench, we're just preparing to break it off and put it away. Cutting at that connection point, just keeping it warm. And I don't know if anyone has noticed this, but when the light shines through it from behind, you can actually see that red. But when you're looking at it just straight on, like the camera is here, it just looks grayish or blackish. So again, the glass will change back to that bright red as a final product. And now to break the piece off, we apply some water, cracking that connection, and then just tapping the pipe. And let's give a round of applause for the last piece. And safely into the annealer it goes. So with that being the last piece of the residency, this residency is a wrap. And again, if you want to check out some of the other work that was made, I would definitely recommend looking at those previous live streams on the Museum of Glass YouTube channel. And of course, these are Dan Friday's social medias right here on the floor if you want to look them up.